Good morning, ladies, gentlemen, non-binary finery, everybody else out in the audience. Welcome. Whoops, that was kind of weird. I'm not sure what's going on there. How's everyone doing? Well, I hope. Welcome to Saturday. Yeah. So, bit of a chill couple hours stream this morning. Um, drink some coffee, mine some asteroids, build some ship. Yeah. I hope everyone's doing okay. Start with ship tour. To start with, you can see that I have, a ship parked on an asteroid. That is the new, the completely new Stellar Forge. Um, Built on an M core. The L core project just went sideways so many ways, and I realized that part of it was the choice of having used an L core. So yeah, it's unreasonable to give a painter a 5x5 canvas and tell them to only use the middle 2x2. Um, they're just not going to be able to do that, oddly enough. So yeah, I scrapped it and started over, and this is where we're at now. Let's take a look. So, uses most of an L core. Well, not even most, about half. Um, Front to back measurement, left to right measurement, 100%. The vertical measurement's about half. Obviously, still a lot of voxel to apply. Part of it was just getting the decks laid out and trying to figure out the line between cramped and unusable, right? But flies okay. Um, it's a heavy bird. There's no question there. Um, let's land on the back here. Boop. We'll turn the jetpack off. Yeah. Um, so multi deck, right? Um, to be able to get it industry. Um, yeah, work in progress, obviously. DSAT there. Not a huge fan of the fact that the camera doesn't want to. Basically, the camera is refusing to stabilize horizon based on the ship gravity. I don't understand that. That's just annoying. We'll probably lift off here in a minute. In fact, let's just do that. Oh, we can turn that off. Yeah, experimenting with using
Albatross systems ready.
a remote control. It's being weird. I'm not sure I like it. I would had hoped to be able to do a bit more with it, but yeah, it just doesn't seem to do what I want. So we'll tilt ourselves up. Whoop, 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 whoop. Engine on. Okay. Don't mind the blue color. Literally, that's to that's placeholder material. I'm just using two different colors of plastic to be able to do my deck layouts and stuff like that. Make sure I've got proportions the way I want them, etc. Has nothing to do with the finished colors or finished materials. Yeah, that's probably fine. Okay, there we are. Yeah, what I wanted to be able to do was actually walk around the ship while keeping the HUD up, but it doesn't do that, so kind of annoying. So yeah, yeah, full internal access to all the components. Like I say, might be cramped, which was the vibe I was going for, very much an industrial kind of thing. But all the fuel tanks and engines are internally accessible. So yeah, I kind of like it. It's there's a lot of space left in it. Like there's a lot of room for role play modification, which is gonna have to happen because it's me. Um, there's gonna be armored windows stuck in a few places, things like that. Obviously enough, like I say, there's a lot of voxel that needs to be added yet. A lot of internal lighting, just blah blah blah. You get the idea. Um, but yeah, I'm pleased so far. It handles relatively well. Um, little heavy in the way it maneuvers, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's supposed to be an industrial freighter. The equivalent of a factory freezer trawler or something like that, right? So I'm liking it. Um, Realized that I got all the equipment installed and, in some cases, plugged in and had really sort of made a dumb mistake, which is I didn't label anything. So now I've got to go back through the process of literally getting it labeled so that I can then, get the tiny factory operating. So we're going to be working on a little bit of that. I'm going to put some music on and probably curse and mutter under my breath a lot. All right, there we go. There we go. Turn the headphones up a little bit so we can hear the music. Let me know if you folks can or cannot hear music and can or cannot hear game sounds. Okay. Um, I discovered, much to my annoyance, that you cannot backpack create a simple screen of any size. It can only be done with an industry, so that's a drag. All right. So let's actually, let's first off freeze the ship.
Albatross systems ready.
Full stop, please. Very good. Thank you. You just park here. Next step. That is, yeah, that's general cargo. All right, so I'm out of light bulbs. I don't have to do this the hard way. Hey, Canadian, thanks so much for the follow. Appreciate that. Hope you're doing okay. All right, so what the hell did I do? Good to see you. Yeah, appreciate you here. Oops, there we go. And that's going to be one of those. You're gonna go there. Right, okay. Over here, this one's that. Okay, now. What am I working on? Let's, hang on a second. Let me show you. Left 2. Okay, so this is... Yeah, okay, so that's... Yeah, that's red. Okay. Just give me one sec here before I lose my train of thought, which I am infamous for. So that one's red, which means this one is white. Just go out a hole in the hull here. New ship. I scrapped my L-Core factory ship project, and have basically redone it as an M-Core. And so it's the full width of an M-Core, it's the full length of an M-Core. Yeah. Running, and just to be absolutely stupid or ridiculous or silly or whatever you want to call it, building out a full 4-lane tiny factory. That's basically as big as I would recommend anyone builds a tiny factory. So it adds a lot of complexity, but it gives you a lot of production speed, right? More than doubles your production speed, or more than triples your production speed. The only thing it doesn't have on the finish end is um, a large assembler. It's got two M assemblers, two S assemblers, two double X assemblers, and then it has got the ability to produce scrap, honeycomb, fuel, and warp cores. Warp cells, rather. It's running a mixed bag of engines. So it's got two space engines, one maneuver, one freight, and then it's got two atmospheric engines per side as well. One maneuver, and those are both actually maneuver. For atmospheric engines, I only use maneuvers. Yeah, see, I'm trying to get this thing done enough that if I can sell BPs for it to because I'm sure you know, but there's a new solar system that is being opened. There was a warp beacons, obelisk, the Atharis system. There, so we are on Helios. That is Aetherius. The obelisk is the center, which is near Lacobus, is the center of a community goal right now. There is a ridiculous number of warp cells which need to be delivered by the community to that obelisk to power it up, and that is essentially going to work a la Babylon 5 Stargate. Or warp gate, or an Eve style warp gate, that will allow ships to transit to Aetherius. Aetherius is going to be basically devoid of human settlement, other than possibly a very simple space station, is my understanding. Everything else is going to have to be either moved or built on site. So the idea is this is a ship that's going to allow you to explore the Aetherius system and, quote, live off the land. The only thing it won't be able to do is build L-core equipment. But it will let you build the base that will let you build the L-core equipment. So, shakedown crews, as well as experimenting with how it handles around asteroids. So did our first warp with it yesterday. Warped from Haven to Aegis. Yeah, Haven to Aegis. And now, and then flew from Aegis out to the asteroid belt. I've landed on a few asteroids with it. Have done some mining. Have got some ore and have some ore to play with. And realized I left a bunch of parts back at my home station, so I'm in the process of getting the tiny factory built out so I can do some work on the ship. But yeah, that's okay. That's literally the point. We'll do a little external tour here. So, bridge deck here. It's pretty simplistic. I've got two gunner couches. If anyone wants to put put weapons on it, I'm going to need to install 2 more radars to support that. That's not a big deal. I was experimenting with using remote control. Decided I hate it, so that's going to come out, and I'll replace this with a proper command chair. If we're on an asteroid, primary access with a ramp here, let you walk down onto the surface, and you're sort of down in the belly of the beast here. Decent braking, decent acceleration. I've got overclocks on it as well. Vert boosters, as well as some downward facing medium atmospheric engines for additional lift. Probably, I haven't finished dressing the tail yet. This is probably going to be a flare cone of some kind to hide the wings a little bit more, but I haven't decided yet. And yeah, you can see I've got a double nacelle pattern over under, and I kind of installed what looked like these plow blades on the sides here to make it look like when it's sitting on an asteroid that maybe it's using these to kind of grab onto the surface of the asteroid, right? That was the idea with it. I've got maneuver engines on both sides, as well as haul down engines up top, or push down engines really. So it does okay with that. I do need a set of reversing engines. I haven't done that yet, but that'll be a thing I do. Yeah. DSAT, atmospheric radar, and one space collision avoidance radar. But like I say, I need two more decent radars to support the gunner couches. And I want to put a shield generator onto it, but I need to get the industry working first, because that'll tell me how much room I have left for the shield generator and things like that. And then part of the outer skin is going to be done with one of the camo patterns, because that's a high hit point skin. So if you take a look at it edge on, let me come in here, get into build mode, and what I'll do is I'll do this. You can be that color. You can be this color. And you can be that color. So you can see what I've done. It's technically all the decks and the hull are three voxels thick, but I've compressed the outside and the two outside edges by 2/3 to give a not unreasonable thickness wall or deck. The only place I don't do that is on slopes, because it messes with the way the voxels blend together. So slopes are going to they are what they are. I hate that phrase. I wish I'd stop using it. But everything else is done this way, which gives you a lot of actual hit points, a lot of thickness between you and the outside world, but doesn't really chunk up the ship and doesn't use a lot of internal space. Right. So I'm still figuring out the deck plan, but it's coming along okay. So fuel tanks for the vertical boosters and the thrust vectors are here. Warp drive and warp cells. And then, yeah, industry crammed everywhere. The vibe I was trying to go for was a factory freezer trawler, or the inside of an oil rig or something like that, where, space is at a premium, right? But there's still actually a lot of room on this ship for me to take advantage of. So I have to. That's going to be, I'm gonna worry about things like bunks and a cafe, a mini lounge and things like that. Again, as with all my designs, the idea is that this is supposed to be a ship for you and a few of your chums to hang out on and do stuff together and blah blah. So that's what I'm working on. All right. Tic Tac Jim has sent me a contact request. Okay, we can deal with that, sure. There we go. Tic Tac, I don't mind being friended. Tactic, that's probably a PvPer. All right, so now, so what I was doing, like I said, was just marking everything in here with a bit of colored with some colored voxels, so I can tell what plugs into what. Okay, this is left 2. So it should be red over white everywhere, but normally I would do this with Lumi, but I don't have any and can't produce any until I get the factory going. Alright, the transfer units are to support the waitress system, so that'll get plugged into that. Yep, good. Okay, that's red-white, yep. Left 2, yep, that's red over white. Like I say, I would normally do this with Lumi, but do what you can. Do what you can with what you got. Okay, that's left 1, so yes. It'll just make everything easier when I'm plugging stuff in to be able to just, okay, do all the red ones first, etc., right? Alright, now we go over here. And that should be purple and yellow. So what I'm going to arbitrarily declare... What did I do? Okay, this is white. So I'm just going to arbitrarily declare that one purple. And then this one over here, yellow. And you are right, too. Okay. Okay, that is right 1, so that is purple. Makes this one yellow. Right 2, cool. So, yeah. Yellow, and then this one down here should be purple. Yes. Yeah, right 2. Okay, yes. Right 2 is yellow. I confuse myself. Okay, so that's yellow. Which makes this one here. Unless I've done it wrong. Okay, good. Oops. Right 1. Right 2. Yeah, it would have been better if I'd done it this way, wouldn't it? Oh, well, I'll move those in a moment. Yes. Okay, so right 1. And then right 2. Right shouldn't presume because I have cross-wired shit before, so we'll just manually check everything. Yeah, that's correct. Yep. Like I say, what I should have done was this and then wired everything as opposed to doing it the other way around. Didn't think it through. Okay, so now, oh, over here. No, I did. Alright, and we got, yeah, we got all this. Okay. So now, and you'll notice that these are all sitting on color codes, right? So that way I can just keep track of everything. Now, oops, J. Nope. Okay, there we are. Container. What can I nano pack? Just the basic S. Okay. It's not gonna buy me a lot. And I don't have a hub with me. I could just cruise back to my station, park, do what I want, but I'm out over the asteroid belt, and it would be a long frigging haul to go get parts to work on a factory. So what I'm going to do is I'll probably have to cannibalize a few things, but we'll make it work. And then the idea is to be able to build as I need. Okay, this is just in the way now, so I'll get rid of it. Oops. Actually, yeah, save your work, as it were. So we can do that. Okay, now, let's rename the construct. So, oh, yeah, first off, take a manual snapshot. Thank you. And then we are going to rename construct, and this is going to be O2. So we're just going to say 1-0-0, so this will be O2. And then we can do that, and then we can use this to create a core blueprint that has a version number on it. So if I cock something up, at worst, I sail home, I feed the thing to the repair unit, scrap the ship, and then rebuild it based on the copy I just made there. Right. Okay, the catalyst. I'm just going to leave everything here for now. And then once I've got the factory up and operating, I'll shovel ore into the incoming ore bin and let it do its thing. Alright, so now what I'm going to do is grab this, move it over here where it's a little easier to find stuff, and start plugging likewise, because I'm a goof, it's just not you. Huh, interesting. Fine, be that way. Just to remind me what the hell I'm trying to achieve, I'll put that there. Oh, that's not where I intended that. Although, you know, he said, is that really a bad plan? or do I want to just leave it that way? Okay. Okay, let's just put that there so it's easy to figure out what I'm doing. And then I need to start hooking stuff up. So we will turn this on. Okay, so I've got that one plugged in already. So I'm looking for red. I may leave that there. I don't know yet. Okay, you're plugged in. Okay, that light orb is cool, but also in the way. Let's move it over the warp drive for now. I need to make light bulbs. Obviously, by the way, folks, anyone's got questions, let me know. Tiny Factory, Dual Universe, whatever you want to talk about. I will discuss Canadian politics. I will caution you, you know, as I comment in my bio, opinionated streamer, loudmouth schnook. I'm a Canadian Navy veteran, first Gulf War. French Canadian. If you get me started, you will hear opinions. Happy to chat about Dual Universe, both live and Settlers. I do not consider myself qualified to talk about TTV, so I have a character there, have messed with it a bit, just haven't been able to get into the vibe. So that's all I can say about the server. So I've been largely committing to a lot of putting my creative energy into Settlers. But anybody who wants to talk about stuff, yeah, shout out in chat. Otherwise, you'll just listen to me mutter and tinker. All right, that's the first one done. So let's do this to reduce the visual noise. There we go. Yeah, I don't. No, I'm gonna put it back. I don't want to get there. This isn't where it's going to live. Well, I don't know. Maybe it will. It kind of actually looks interesting to have that archway full of electronics. This is going to get reskinned to white. And this one get moved over here. And then we go back to this, and control click. Did I plug that in? Yeah, I did. Okay, good. Good. All right, that goes there. Goes there. I will eventually also, with the Tiny Factory in this build, it is way underpowered. I'll probably wind up adding more electronics and metalworking machines to it, but again, just a matter of figuring out the wares, right? I want it to look cramped. I don't want it to be uninhabitable. The obvious answer is to extend this backwards right to here so there's more room for machinery. And I have a lot of vertical, right? I could add another deck upwards or downwards, particularly where, quote, bottom is defined as this line here, right? I've got that whole vertical space to use. You know, I could widen this up to the edges here and put, you know, extra rows of machinery down the length of this. So there's options here yet to add capacity, but right now, KISS principle. You know, make it work. Make it work, then try, then improve, not the other way around. Okay. All right. So now we're going to move our brick. Over to this side of the ship. And we'll just tuck it here. Wrong color. And we'll do... There we go. Right. And the reason you're seeing this behavior is because that's the voxel above it, because that's a half height, so it autofills that gap. The actual brick is here, right? So that goes here. Yep, purple. It's a mixture of uncommon and advanced equipment. So essentially, if I have an uncommon on one line, the machine on the next line beside it is advanced, and then the next machine is uncommon, the next machine is so there's this alternation that parts can be assembled and disassembled for. Moved around, that kind of stuff. We'll see how well that works. I may wind up having to replace everything with advanced industry. Don't know yet. Yeah, so much easier when you know what you're doing. Yep, that's okay. So that's plugged in as well. Are you plugged in? Yeah. Okay, cool. All right, that's everything here. Okay. Second verse, same as the first. For those of you following along on my other projects, making progress on my visual novel, my EVN, English visual novel. Don't really have the best machine for doing the renders. It was never a render machine and a gaming rig are sort of notably different animals in what they prioritize, and so yeah, I'm kind of. I've got a very capable gaming rig. I have a mediocre render rig. So that's a thing. My EPUB novel is kind of stalled. I just haven't. I know the scene I want to write. I just can't figure out how to do it. like, I know what it is I want, but it is unfortunately going to be. I think we're going to wind up having to do a lot of it by text formatting to get it, because it's two scenes colliding simultaneously. If you will, it's almost two different chapters sitting one on top of the other, and I, if I was if it was a movie, it would be very easy. One of those pieces would be would be purely visual, with almost no sound to it, and then the other piece would be purely narrator, basically the equivalent of a radio talk show, sitting on top of the visuals, but no accompanying visuals of their own to create a almost discordance about what's being reported versus what you're seeing. Doing that in just written word, tricky. So I suspect I'm going to wind up doing it almost exclusively by text formatting and hoping the audience can keep up. So I haven't sat down. There's nothing that works better for writing a novel than putting your butt in the chair, and I just haven't done that because I'm kind of daunted by this scene. I haven't done anything as challenging before, so that's a thing. 2 tabletop role-playing games, D&D 5.5, 2025, and then Daggerheart, respectively. Essentially same campaign, 2 different groups, 2 different using the 2 different systems. Yeah, both going well. So going to be running those tonight and tomorrow night. All right. So yeah, all kinds of cool stuff on the go, and I start working for the new customer on Monday officially. I don't believe that, but as far as I know, they haven't got my security clearances sorted out yet. So, okay, the only thing I am now missing, as far as I can tell, is a screen, and I don't know if I actually need it or not. If I have to, I'll steal that one, and whatever, whatevs. But yeah, so what we're gonna do is I'm gonna take all the ore that is here, and throw it in there. Likewise, the oxygen and hydrogen. No, we're not going to do that. We're going to take the catalyst and throw it in there as well. Let's restack this. I think I'm going to leave the spare parts, the stuff I've backpack created, in my backpack. In the general cargo bin for now, in case I want to do more fussing around with my nanopack. So, what do I need? Let's sort this by tier. So I've got a little bit of everything. I'm missing a couple of tier 2s. What am I missing? I'm bad at that part. There we go. I'm missing limestone and malachite. Okay. Well, let's go find a rock with some limestone and some malachite.
Albatross systems ready.
So that's the one I came from. Let's head over to this one here. Okay, that's where I came. Okay, so lots of rocks, lots of choice. All right, I just mined that one, and I want to keep my back to that marker. So we'll go here. possibly could use some more adjusters. I need to tone down the nose up power and possibly increase the yeah, I need to tone down positive pitch, and I need to improve positive negative yaw, I think. Like, I'm okay with it. It's just really friggin' dancy if you if you do a nose up, nose down. Well, a nose up specifically. It's way overpowered. So, and the reason for that is I have 2 adjusters there, and that probably needs to be cut down to 1. All right. Probably needs another set of haul down motors. It's a little anemic on the vertical when you've got any kind of a load on the ship. I mean, it's not a combat vessel. It's allowed to take its time, but there's also I'm impatient. And you see what I mean? Really overpowered on the nose climb. It's either that or I've got to put another adjuster on the roof, right, to compensate for it, but... There we go, 300 meters up, 350. Come on, down you go. Yeah, definitely need... Definitely need slightly better, better haul down engines. Are those even firing? No, my verts are not firing. Okay. Am I out of fuel? There we go. We'll let it clunk. We're not going to exceed 60 kilometers an hour that short a distance. Oh, I had the ECM on. The ECU. But, how are we doing for fuel here? Okay, that's my... Okay, no, we had fuel. Just, yeah, okay. I was fighting with the ECU. Duh. Alright, let's go see what this rock's got. Oh, let's, set this to my... Oops. Oh, piss off. Oh, this annoys me. Thank you. Didn't ask for a jetpack. Alright. What do we got? Box, hematite, pyrite, and limestone. Okay. Limestone I need. Normally I would not cherry pick an asteroid, but because these things respawn every 2 or 3 days, I'm a little less fussy about it. I'd rather leave stuff for other people that they need and just snag what it is I need and yeah, go from there. On a regular asteroid, I would just strip mine, right? Or at least go until the hole is full. But those ones are up for a week at a go. These ones it's 2 or 3 days. And there's a lot of them clustered in this little space, so I don't feel quite so bad about that. Alright. So that's 0. So we'll turn to 90. And see what we have this way. Okay, we're still moving parallel to the material, which means it's either above us or below us. And it's unlikely to be above, so down we go. Yep, there we are. Nice. All right. Okay, we are now moving parallel to the material again. So we're gonna nose up to even. Okay, where's 0? That's 0. Turn roughly north. Okay, that's completely the wrong direction. Here we go. Okay, so that's... Well, we're within sonar. Okay, so somewhere around here. That doesn't seem light enough to be limestone, but we'll see. No, there it is. So as of now, I'm fine for space fuel. If I have to, I can make X5, but I've got Neutron, which means I can do X2. And with the limestone, I can do a bunch of other stuff. Good size deposit. 5K of everything will basically is more than enough to launch a small tiny factory and start doing real work. The catch is I need copper and I need calcium to be able to make components to make display screens. So, in fact, a lot of electronics. Oh, putting this stuff in my nanopack. Well, I mean, that's the first 5,000 liters. This is a substantial deposit, in fact. This will keep me going for a while. Anybody else playing DU right now? Let me know in chat. Let me know what projects you're working on if you're doing DU. Online. Cool people are cool. Running boxes, yeah, cool. Are you liking that? Are you liking the whole delivery gameplay thing? I think it's an excellent. Personally, I think it's an excellent excuse to go look at cool bases, but. Yep. Yeah, I agree, Canadian. Hey, Nexter, good to see you. Those engines should be just about done, by the way, those hovers. I'm not at the base right now, I'm out at the Asteroid belt. But yeah, I expect that should be a done thing. I had all four, of the assemblers stomping away last night, and everything was humming quite nicely, so. All right, yep, drop it off, and I'll take a look. Need storage, okay, yep. Well, if you want, I can do the same thing, because that assembly line at the point, once I'm done those hovers, I can retask to run off some large uncommon and optimized for you if you like. All right, here we go. So how much? Oh, there's more up there. Okay, yeah. Double XLs, yep. Okay. All right, awesome. Okay, how am I doing here? So that's stomp 10,000. Okay, 10,000 limestone. Absolutely. Oh, no, anything you get into the XLs, there's stuff in this game that takes months to create. Okay? Literal months. Even with talents maxed. So, no, some stuff just takes a while. Okay, well, I'm just gonna shovel nose my way straight back to the ship, and then go see if I can't find a copper is the next thing I need. Some malachite. If I can find a malachite rock, then I can turn stuff on and see what we get. Bonk. Let me know if the music's either too loud or not loud enough. Trippy apparently has themselves a new ride. And there we are, home. Watch your toes. All right, let's get out of here. Next rock.
Albatross systems ready.
Is there a key combination to let you walk around with while you have your while you've got the remote control turned on? Where is that? That is there. Okay, well, I guess we'll go to this one then. To see what we could see. To see what we could see. Yep, absolutely need to fix that. There we go. Turns on when you have the don't bump into things button turned on. It stops you from bumping into things. Who knew? All right, within down to 300 meters. Not really level to the surface here. We'll wiggle around a bit. Forward momentum so we don't worry about tumbling into that crater. And there we are.
Landing mode engaged.
Okay, let's see what we got on this one. Coal, bauxite. Limestone. Don't need. Okay for limestone. Alright, can't tell. Well. Down we go. No third element. That's unusual. Of course, I'm halfway to the middle of the asteroid at this point, not seeing it, so... Oh, acanthite. Yeah, acanthite, yummy for warp cells. We go get acanthite. I'm not going to bother with the limestone unless I literally drive into it, but... Well, since you're in the way... Okay. And probably want to do that. Oh, interesting. We are parallel to the acanthite. Okay, stop here for a second. Stop! Here's north. Okay, that's true north. Okay, that's the wrong way. No, still not. Okay, so 270 about even. Nope, that's back completely the wrong direction. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, running parallel to it. So 90-degree turn. Move to level again. Okay, it's this way, or more this way. Okay, are we not down enough? How is that possible? What is down? Okay, down is that. So let's reorient to north. Okay. Back this way. There we go. That's better. It's not a very big deposit from the look of this. Yep. Okay. 270. There we go. All right, cool. Should be more than enough to build warp cells between the other node I found in this one. First rock I arrived on, what I needed was hematite. All I found was tier 2 and tier 3. What? Wasn't a lick of tier 1 on it at all. That I saw anyway. Took like 3 tries to find an asteroid that had hematite. Yeah, very odd actually next turn. I just laughed. You know, I'm looking for hematite. All I can find is everything else. It's a decent sized node, just very dense. By the way, I am out in the Helios belt. I do not mind if anybody else toddles along behind me and cleans up the stuff I'm not taking. That's literally why I'm leaving it there. So anybody who wants stuff, just come on out. It's always fun to have other players in the same area. Alright, that's okay, that's what I needed from here. Needed is probably the wrong word, but that's the stuff, that's what is valuable to me from here. Well, by definition, it has to be down then. Yeah, there it is. Practically the other side of the asteroid. Well, since it's here. At the point I drove through it, as it were. tandem nodes are interesting. I think it's cool that it happens. Yeah, doing okay. I think that's all of it. Yep. Najasumi! What a peculiar little hole. Thank you. There we go. Why is the door open but the shield off? Drives me nuts. Ship gravity does ship gravity. Please ship gravity. Okay, one sec. Yeah, all right. Okay. All right. Well, yeah, let's get out of here. and see if we can't find ourselves some copper. How are we doing? 16,000 acanthite. Yeah, we don't. Okay. So even if I find more, I don't care. Pedalite, we're okay. Amusingly enough, I could use more hematite still. Hematite and natron wouldn't be a mistake. But I primarily need malachite.
Albatross systems ready.
Yeah, and I'm probably going to need to put a set of vertical lifters on this thing. The VABs are great, but they don't work over long distances. Okay, that's that. So we can go over here. And there we are.
Landing mode engaged.
Okay. Let's see what we got. Natron, bauxite, quartz. Oh, I could use the natron. We'll go look for that. Okay, where's north? Huh? It's the other way. Whoops. Pedalite. Okay. Got plenty. We'll leave it. Okay, so I'm running parallel to the neutron. 270. There we go. Okay. I'm probably standing on it. Yeah. Nope. That ain't what I'm looking for. There it is. Okay. Oh, okay. It's just a weird shape. Wow, not a lot to that one. Okay, well, that's fine. Didn't need to be. Yeah, it was barely 1,000 liters. That makes no sense to me. Well. Yep, but that was it. Some, but not a lot. Okay. Well, we're out of here. Like I say, the rest of it I don't need. I will leave for somebody who does. Probably put a light over that.
Albatross systems ready.
Okay, up we go. Oops. What else is around me here? No. It's unlikely that I've come from that one. go take a look at it. Like I say, need the malachite. Yep, just a little anemic. Need to definitely need to double up those motors.
Landing mode engaged.
What I could do is put it right opposite that light, though, right? You're, okay. 277, 18 and a half, 277. It's literally directly opposite. Here we go. A little more visible, right? Good use of the existing light. Alright, I guess we go for a walk. Limestone. Don't need limestone. If there's limestone, it's incredibly unlikely that there is going to be malachite. The only general, it's very rare that I see a rock that's got 2 tier 3s on it, or tier 2s on it, I mean. Stop that. seeing a tier 3 on this asteroid yet. That's really peculiar. What that tells me is I've been to this asteroid and took the tier 3. Or someone has, anyway. Alright, out we go. Tell if I've been to this asteroid just by paying a bit more attention. Stop. And... No, I've not been to this one before. However, broadcast 39 hours ago, almost guaranteed someone's already grabbed the tier 3. Okay. Okay. Rafia is very active out here, so I wouldn't be surprised. That's why I was actually messaging to see if she was out in the belt, because it's possible she's got my copper. She's got the copper I'm looking for. Well, I say she, they. I don't know for sure.
Albatross systems ready.
Let's give myself a little kick here. And then I don't want to wind up tumbling back to that asteroid if I'm doing something. Curious about something. I think it's this gunner chair here. Okay, so let's turn this off. Turn you on. It doesn't label the asteroids. Okay. Port Helios Megafactory. Alright. However, from the look of this, Crazy Industry, that's Port Helios. That's Tycho Max Rare. Space Helios Mine. Okay, so I would say probably do a right turn, a relative right turn towards this group of rocks over here then. Okay. Okay.
Albatross systems ready.
Okay, so relative right turn, I said. And we'll just arbitrarily pick that one right there. What the hell? Were there not asteroids over here a moment ago? I must have drifted just outside of render range. Yep, that's exactly what it was. Doopy-doopy-doo. I find this relaxing. Yep, didn't quite. Huh, that's interesting. Fetched. The hitbox fetched, but not the, on the terrain, but not anything else. Yeah, okay.
Landing mode engaged.
Alright, let's see what we got. Broadcast in 97 minutes. Very likely I have been here. Well, either me or someone else has been here before, by virtue of it being broadcast. Let's see what we find. Limestone bauxite quartz. Okay, yeah, no good. Need copper. Oh, okay, key. Close the door, Michelle. Here we go.
Albatross systems ready.
Yeah, I'm going to be pretty limited in what I can do without copper, so we'll keep looking around and see what we can find.
Landing mode engaged.
Broadcast in 69 minutes. Very likely someone's been here. Box coal, limestone. Yeah, nothing I need. Okay.
Albatross systems ready.
Oversteer much? Yeah, it does maneuver like a freighter. Oh, for fuck's sakes. Oh, okay, that's me being stupid with the keyboard. Alright. I had my finger in the wrong spot. It's not the ship's fault.
Landing mode engaged.
Alright. Limestone again. This is getting frustrating. Alternatives. I had fully expected to have found a rock with malachite by now. Like, this is just particularly weird to me. Okay. Yeah, basic doesn't tell me anything is the problem. That's an uncommon. So if that's the case, that would likely give me better odds of getting, well, two tier 2s. So let's set a course for that. Should have thought of that sooner. And I might move that. It would be useful. Maybe. Actually, let's just do that. Okay, so two things. Let's do a little bit of a quick bit of surgery here. Let's grab you out of here. And tuck you right behind that VAB. Right. Okay, that's bumping into something there. What? Ah, okay. Kind of sucks. Yeah. Well, it's just gonna have to be asymmetrical. Life's like that. I could tack it through the nose. I'd have to move some of the electronics on the floor. That's not a crisis, though. We can take you and move you there. We can take you, move you there. Take this, oops. Do that for now. Move the light over there. Yeah, okay. Same problem, different flavor. Alright, yeah, just have to be asymmetric. Okay. Technically, it doesn't even need to actually have an external point, but yeah. So it's okay there, but I don't like that. There's not really a better place to put that VAB either. Come up through the floor here. And this will become the navigator's problem. Okay, we'll do that. Actually, okay, so we'll do that. And then we can move the gyro actually on top of it, because why wouldn't you? You know, doesn't... it can be there, why not? Okay, that's... and then here... how am I gonna fix this? Let's grab you and move you here. Yep, that's okay by me. Is that zeroed? Yes, it is. That can go there. And then, what about you? Oh, okay, let me put this here for now. Grab my torque matrix. Move it over here. Equip. There we go. That's going to cause an uneven change in... What would that be? That's interesting. That's really fucking peculiar. Why would that cause... Alright then. If I tuck it back here, what happens? Something is really out of whack on this ship. Oh, it's probably the weight of the equipment. The roll numbers wind up weird, but okay. I don't know. My inertia numbers aren't terrible, but they're not great. It's a heavy... it's a ship with heavy stuff on it, right? I don't know, maybe I leave that off? Does it do... It's just kilonewton changes. It's the pitch down, which gets a big boot, which gets a +5 meganewton boost if I do this. Yeah, I don't know about that. Okay, well, where is center of mass on this thing right now? That would be right about... Oh, that's why. Center of mass is way off center. Okay, I'll have to ballast this thing, I suspect. Or did I forget something? Is that what's going on here? Is there anything that doesn't look even? Because that's usually the cause of that, right? Asymmetrical distribution. And I can... Yeah, it's probably the DSAT. That thing's heavy, right? Alright then, we'll play your silly game. So if I tuck this thing right here, roll numbers improve modestly. Yeah, okay, that's good. Yaw doesn't really improve. If I can get the pitch, the pitch numbers to balance, that would be nice. Okay, so that gets us up to 103, which would get, so that's 569. Okay, let's lock it there and see what we get. So we're at 606. Those numbers are actually not bad. Nope, too far. That's about as good as I can get it. Now, yaw is out. Okay, roll numbers are dead even now. But I can't fix the yaw numbers. Okay, that's a weight problem. But, okay, cool. That fixes those two issues. There.
Albatross systems ready.
Fingers crossed, we found ourselves some malachite here. Nice.
Landing mode engaged.
Coal, hematite. Limestone, pyrite. Really? Um, 10K limestone. The hematite, oddly enough, is actually more useful to me. Usually, I cannot get rid of copper. Oh, there's colbicite on this one. I guess we'll have to go get that. That'd be limestone. Yep. right. Now, can we find that? Can we? Now that that's out of my way. Oh, there's more here. Can I find the hematite? This is what I actually wanted. Okay. This is a light material? I'm not sure that's what I think. Yeah, okay. I do not think that means what you think that means. It'd be different if we were mining uranium or something, but, okay, cool. Now, let's go see if we can't find that colbicite, because that's not immediately applicable to the mining ship, but when I get back to my own base, that's actually quite valuable to me. Alright, so I would probably want to go straight down. Okay. So I'm pretty close to being at an even level with the colbicite. So now we find north again. And drill a hole. Good guess. Okay. Reset our north. Ah, interesting. Because the diameter of the well, the radius specifically of the asteroids is so small, the definition of down changes swiftly as you move. So yeah, all right, we're just about even with the Coldicite. So we're going to do a turn to 90 degrees, square up on it, head this way and see what we got. We'll use the rock fall to balance down. Yep, there we go, heading the right way. Okay, so we're parallel to the Coldicite at this point. So that's, we would want to turn to 180, which is about that way. Square ourselves up. And again, we'll use the rock fall to define down. A little bit of progress, but not a lot, which means it's either above us or below us. So I'm going to gamble that it's below. Yep. Okay. And again, you can see we've just tapered off. So I'm going to resume my 180 degrees. And that's the wrong way. Okay, we're parallel to it, right? So turn to 90, square up. See what we got. Oh, there we go, and there it is. Excellent. Yeah, that's a tier 4 ore. I am frankly surprised. Hey, Akathe. Yeah, as far as I know, this isn't supposed to be happening. Yeah. It's technically, it's an uncommon asteroid. That's what's weird. I'm not used to seeing T4 on uncommon. What I can't find is malachite, which is really bloody funny. And there's a non-trivial amount of the stuff here. Yeah, I'm over 3,500 liters of this stuff already. Yeah, this is out in the public belt, by the way. Shows on the DSAT as an uncommon asteroid. I've spent the past nearly 3 hours looking for malachite. Have found absolutely everything but. Yep. Yeah, for sure is. Like, it's funny as hell, but at the same time, it's kind of frustrating. Like, I don't really need colbachite. It would have been kind of cool to get some malachite instead, but I'll take it. I said, oh, cool, an actual, a labeled uncommon asteroid. I should get 2 cracks at tier 2 on that one. No, I did get one crack at tier 4, though. What? Yeah, it's really hard to feel bad about 5,000 liters plus of a tier 4, but yeah. $330 a liter. Nice, very nice indeed. So that's what, 1.5, 1.8 million, something like that. Yeah. A little slow for chopping up, but I'm okay. 8,500 liters so far. So I'm up over two. That's 2.4 million. This may be my favorite mistake. Honestly, the belt is surprisingly profitable. You get a lot of tier 2 and a lot of tier 3 for very little fuss. You know, you're the individual nodes are, you're not getting 20,000 liter nodes like you would off a deep space asteroid versus a belt asteroid. But because the belt asteroids are so closely clustered together, your downtime of travel to go from one rock to the other just to get more, very low. And so, yeah. But this, to me, this is a bug. There's, for lack of a better way of putting it. But yeah, I'm up. 10,000. So throw over 3 million. Okay, this is getting silly. I've had tier 1 nodes smaller than this today. Talk about a jackpot. Kinda wish Jimbo was here to take a look at this, but yeah, exactly. Well, what was happening before is you get asteroids that were flagged rare spawning here, but this is different. This is an uncommon rock, but I've never seen a tier 4 ore on an uncommon rock before. That's, to me, the real issue. Like, if that's, as intended, well, okay, apparently I rolled a lot of 20s, as it were, fine. But yeah. Where am I parked here? Dude, where's my ride? I hit the V key, didn't I? Yeah, I must have. Yeah, I'm standing right beside it. Why can't I see it? There it is. So how you doing these days, Ankith? DU treating you okay? I'm wandering by some limestone. How am I doing for the hematite? Okay, I'm at 11,000 hematite. I'm fine. I don't need more pyrite. 10,000 of that. That's fine. Yep. Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm doing too. I'm really looking... I think it's going to be fascinating to see when the new solar system opens up and the exploration options unlock for missions. That's going to be cool. So that's part of what my current project is getting this silly factory ship operational. Essentially a factory explorer, forward base, right? And here we are. All right. Okay. All right. So this uncommon asteroid didn't quite uncommon. Yeah, that's the one I'm parked on. That's an uncommon as well? I don't believe you. Alright. Says destination. Oh, I was saying that I'm looking forward to the new solar system opening up because yeah, I suspect it means there's going to be all kinds of cool exploration missions to do, right? Because the new mission terminal, they have missions for exploration. Well, they have a tab for it, but there's nothing there.
Systems ready.
So I'm thinking it's going to be really interesting when that actually happens. And so, yeah, I'm looking forward to... so that's what I'm testing right now, is this is a factory ship. But it's also intended as a forward... Basically, it's a mobile base. It's an M-core mobile base. So I'm still in the design phase, right? Lots of tinkering and mods that need to happen, but we're getting there. You know, the RP interior is not even close to done. Right now, it's very much a functional prototype, but I'm pretty pleased with how well it works, actually, so far. Looks okay. The blue color is that's just plastic. It's how I do my prototypes. I use two different color two different color plastics, just so it's easy to see what the hell's what. Allows me to, and it's cheap to build, right? Cheap, light. That's actually what I need the copper for, so I can spin up the industry. Or the malachite is so that I can spin up the industry on board and basically use the ship to start building a few more of the pieces of the ship.
Landing mode engaged.
If you like, I can give you a quick tour. Excuse me. All right. What I'm going to do is take a minute and go refill my coffee cup, and then I will come back and we'll do a. Okay, what is on this rock? Pyrite, hematite, limestone, chromite. So there is no, yet again, no malachite. I don't need chromite, so. But I got plenty. Yeah, okay. All right. I'm just gonna take a minute, go grab a refill of coffee, and then I'll come back and I'll give you a quick walk around the ship. Whoop. There we go. Okay, jetpack back. Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate your patience. All right. Oh, hey, look, gravity. Alrighty. So, Stellar Forge is an M-class core. So it's as long and as wide as it can be. And it's about 1/3 the total depth of an M core, just for purposes of scale. For space operations, it's got two uncommon maneuver space and two uncommon freight space. And then it's got a counterphase atmospheric and a counterphase maneuver atmospheric, and then just a standard maneuver atmospheric per side. Fuel tankage is right alongside the engines, easy to find. For industry, it's essentially got everything except a large assembler. I may still put one on. I'm just not sold on that yet. It's just heavy. It's really heavy and kind of niche for a ship this size. But it's got two M assemblies. It's got two S assemblies and two XS assemblies, as well as the two glass furnaces for doing warp cells, and two chem systems for doing fuel. So this ship can basically move into an asteroid belt and do everything. Hey, Mr. Holiday, good to see you. So yeah, a ship can basically move into an asteroid belt and do practically everything. So it's got a warp drive, DSAT, reasonable braking and acceleration, is atmospheric if you're careful. Like, it's got, right now I'm way too heavy. I wouldn't take this thing anywhere near a planetary atmosphere. But, you know, to fly a load of ore to Aegis, it'll do that just fine. So it's a multi-deck build. I was trying to go for a vibe of like a factory trawler or an oil rig where everything's kind of cramped and what have you. So obviously enough, there's still a fair amount of work to be done on the voxels. That's okay. But yeah, full multi-deck design. You know, lots of places to walk around. I've got, you know, the RP interior I haven't even touched yet. But there's going to be stuff like a small lounge, bunks, stuff like that, right? Because the idea is it's a flying base. But it's pretty much got everything you need as stands, right, for just general operations. Comes equipped with two gunner chairs, not not equipped with weapons. I do need to add 2 more radars to support the chairs yet. And I had been experimenting with using remote control and just a regular nav chair, but yeah, I hate it, so. And yeah, there's a pile of stuff on here. Technically, if I wanted to, I could expand this lower deck and probably, like, it's the biggest size tiny factory I would advocate most people bother building, which is 4 lanes. Right? And that's a lot of gear. You get a really high throughput with that, but I probably could stand to add another 4 more electronics factories and 4 more metalworks onto it. And if I was to do that, I'll probably expand this lower deck outwards that width to there, right? Instead of it. Move these out 1 notch, expand this deck platform out that wide, and that'd give me the room to do that. So that's kind of cool. Went with these almost, plow blade kind of landing bars, with the idea that, the role play of it is it allows it to dig into the asteroid surface to hold itself down, right? Just a little thing. It's got horizontal thrusters and push down thrusters for space maneuvering. You can get into essentially any of the engineering compartments you want to look at. Right, all the nacelles are accessible from inside the ship, so you can get it. Basically, if it's a piece of equipment, you can just walk to it. You don't have to go outside. Same thing with refueling. All the fuel tanks are accessible from internal. Even the VAB and the thrust vectors, the fuel tanks are in here, and then warp cells, warp drive. You get the idea. 3 cargo hubs, or in, finished goods out, as well as a general cargo. And those cargo bins are mostly stored in the nacelles, so it's not really taking up any space in the main body, which is kind of a nice thing. Obviously, as I say, I got lots more voxel work to do, and I got to finish up the glass, but it's mostly doing what I want. Oh yeah, and you can get at the ore and raw goods from ore and finished goods from here. Yeah, Mr. Holiday, good to see you. Thanks for dropping in.
Albatross systems ready.
Oh, that wasn't very bright. Well, we'll just get going. Get off this rock and then find the next one. Safe zone only. Uncommon only. Apply. Okay, 140 I've been to. Let's scoot over to that one. Set destination. Where is it? Down and behind us. Okay. Oh, well, thank you, Akinth. Akinth, my apologies. English has not been working lately. Yeah, glad you like it. M core, as I said, so it's a good size, particularly if you're as a party boat, right? Probably, a decent size asteroid, um, 2, 3, inherently it's got crew space and seating for 4. I'll probably put 4 bunks onto it. But yeah, there's should easily be capable of bringing a half dozen friends, be it organization members, what have you, out to do some cool stuff together. That's the idea. And as I say, once the new asteroid field is prepped, or it's not the new solar system is prepped, I think it's going to be a fun little runabout to do stuff there as part of an org. Oh, that's much better behaved. Yeah, I'm glad I moved that. Definitely need to glass the floor in here. Exactly too much of an overhang to be able to do a landing. But step at a time. But yeah, if I just replace basically the 2 side panels there, it'll cause a little bit of grief with the location of the. The location of the DSAT, but that's just going to be a little bit of clever on my part about rearranging the glass there.
Landing mode engaged.
Yeah, I think that'll work much better. If I'm going to leave that VAB there, and I sort of think I need to. Of course, I don't need that VAB there. I've got a telemeter up here. So I can move that VAB back, maybe there. That might save me a lot of grief, actually. Okay, let me think about that. Alright, let's go see what this asteroid has got. Please, Malachite? Good grief. Gold and acanthite. And natron. No malachite. This is turning into a meme. Uncommon asteroid. Okay. I'll take the natron. If anyone wants gold nuggets and acanthite, come get it. No, the problem is I'm running out of actual lift capacity on the ship. I'm getting too heavy. So I actually have to start being very, very friggin' picky. Yeah, I'm actually already over safe re-entry weight. I can't take this back into an atmosphere. I'm gonna have to unload some of the load in orbit. I'll probably just fly to Aegis and put a bunch of material up for sale at Aegis. But yeah, so literally me taking some of this is going to cause me problems later on. So yeah, I'll go get the Neutron because it's going to be beneficial for for fabrication. But if anyone wants gold, gold and acanthite, come get it. This is ridiculous. Okay, so I'm basically standing beside the Neutron. Alright, well, I'm already facing 90 degrees, so we'll square up on 90. Just one sec, I need to check a message to the house. Okay, yep, heading the right way, good. No, I'm still moving parallel to it. Okay, so let's turn to 180. Nope, going the wrong way completely. There we go. No. How does that work? Okay. This is as close as I get to it. Which means it's either under me or over me. Down is easy. That's literally just point at the ground and fall. What happens? No, it's above me. Okay. So backpack on. And up we go. Pending off, haven't had that happen in a while. Okay. I'm basically standing beside it. Just a matter of figuring out which dimension. Okay, this looks good. Yep, there we are. So it's probably left or right of me. Yep, there it is. Awesome. By the way, if anyone is unfamiliar with how to do this style of hunting nodes down in an asteroid, let me know. I don't mind explaining what it is I'm doing. Otherwise, I just sort of talk to myself about. Basically, I'm taking my own mental notes about how to solve the problem. But if you need a better explanation other than me just kind of rambling, let me know. probably am going to have to increase the engines on the ship. This isn't a great situation to be in. So probably add at least another pair of space engines. Might do those as a couple of Vulcans. That would be interesting. Just for space economy. Honestly, I've got so much room in the damn ship. I've still got so much room on that M core volume that really it's just a matter of, do I mind changing the outline of the hull? And the nacelles are pretty full right now. But I've got the landing skirt that easily could take a couple of like there's room there to bulk in a couple of engines, even if they're not Vulcan. And I'm pretty sure, in fact, that I've got room in the lower to extend the lower engine nacelles down the one pair of engines, and I could just as easily do the same thing with the upper engine nacelles. The upper engine nacelles are a little more complicated because I've got all the air brakes and stuff up there, but that stuff can all be jacked upwards. Okay, where am I? Okay. Apparently I'm standing well within reach of this gold, that gold. How am I doing? I'm at 450 tons, no, 440 tons of raw ore. I'm gonna go get that gold purely for the purpose of taking it and selling it. I think is what I'm gonna do. The ship's still got over 2G's acceleration at this point, so that, you know, not terrible, but eh. There's Viper Tech. Alright, let's find north. Alright. There we go. Alright, I'm heading the wrong way. Predictably. I don't need the Acanthite though, I'll leave it there. I am moving parallel to the gold, which means it's either down or to my right. Let's try that. Again, we'll use the rock fall to orient myself. Still plenty of neutron on this thing. And I'm going the wrong way. Alright, so it is this way. Okay, I'm at 3.5 hours on the live stream. I'll try one more rock to see if I can find malachite, and if not, I'm just gonna head to Aegis. Okay, so again, it's either down or beside me. Um, it's probably under me, actually. So we'll try that. Yep. There it is. All right, let's grab that. $1,000 liters of gold, just like that. Last time I checked, though, gold wasn't selling very well. Okay, I'll be up over 5,000 liters of gold by the time I'm done. Wow, there's still lots left. Wow. And Kev, could you do me a favor and check what the current cost on, or the current sell price average for gold is? Thank you, appreciate that. Yeah. Okay, that's what I thought. I think you need. I think really gold starts to crawl into the equation in advanced electronics and above. Yeah, it's tier 4. Yeah. So yeah, that's your rares. Okay, that's rare electronics. That would probably be why you don't need an awful lot to get a lot of work done. Wild. Yeah, really hard to consider this a waste of my time, other than the part where I can't find Malachite. So I'm just literally going to finish emptying out this ore vein, and head to Aegis. And I'm going to trade gold nuggets for copper, which is just ridiculous. when I was at Aegis, one thing that surprised me was the fact that there aren't any work shacks or whatever around it. I was really surprised by that. I'm used to, you know, flying into Aegis. I was used to having this. Yeah, well, you know. Hey, Lilifel, how you doing? Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. Everyone's favorite meme lich is just gonna have to put up with it. Alright, well, let's get out of here. Just one sec. Alright.
Albatross systems ready. Take it easy here until I'm sure I'm not going to have an asteroid spawn in front of me. I'm curious, how bad would it be? Uh, 24, just 24 to warp. That's pretty economical, actually, given the load I'm dragging. Okay. I'll play your silly game.
Passengers and mobilization starting. Warp sequence initiated.
Yeah, it's really hard to feel bad about that.
Passengers released.
Again, I know those landing pads are around here, so I don't want to go charging in too quickly until I'm sure where they've spawned. That's plenty quick. There they are. And there's the station. Okay. Let's cut down to 500. 300, 280, 260. Okay, locked in place. All right. Okay. May as well use this door. Let's see what kind of a mess we can make. All right. So the first question is do we have any just instant sell? No buyers on this market. Okay, create a seller. I'm gonna keep 3,000 for me. So that's 9,089. Goes up on the market. We'll put it up for a month. I'm kind of out of the way, and I kind of want someone else to do all my work for me, so... We'll call that 389 times 0.8. So we'll put it up for 310. There we go. Someone will buy that entirely on the basis of it's a free 20%. Okay. That's the first thing. The gold, I'm just going to dump the whole lot of it because I've got a pile of it back at the base. And I did my math wrong, but that's okay. So we will create a sell order. And again, same answer. I want somebody else to do all my work for me, so we'll sell it for 80. Yeah, there's not. I'll keep 3,000, so we'll keep 70. We'll put 7,000 up, and I said 80, and for a month. There. That's $500,000. That'll help. And more importantly, it removes how much weight? Yeah, 40 tons. Okay. Now, next question: do they have copper or malachite here? We'll just start with malachite. None. Awesome. So in other words, this market's largely abandoned. That's a problem. Okay, someone's selling pure copper. That's awful expensive. But it would solve a couple of my problems very quickly. So we'll indulge them. Again, someone's doing my work for me. I'm just going to buy 3,000 liters. I can split that over, 3,200. Okay, that should get me everywhere. That should get what I need done. So we'll grab this, drop it in here. Okay, here we are. This place is neat. On live, there was so many work shacks and even full-on size space stations that I made a policy of actually decelerating well over 200 kilometers out. If I was warping in, I'd intentionally abort the warp early, just to make sure I didn't slam into something. And completely unused from the looks of it. Nice artwork. I like that. That's pretty. Oh, interesting. Okay. That's one heck big station. You take a look at those. We presume those are M cores. That's got to be a pair, either an XL or a pair of Ls. But still, that's cool. I like the vertical design, and the archway is cool. Very cool. Always looking for inspiration, right? Mm-hmm. Oh, interesting. Okay. I should take a look at it. Go take a look. Space market. Just 1 sec, I'm trying to find something here. Weird. Okay, I can't figure out what's going on there. All right. Well, let's get out to here. Not a bad looking ship. So let me just take a look at this thing. Because like I say, I'm not keen on the situation I'm in right now, and it's largely an engine power problem. Okay, so first off, let's go into build mode and just double check that I have my numbers right. So, build mode, please. Okay. So my apps, well, I've still got 1.2 G's high altitude lift. This is technically workable. And still got 4 G's atmosphere. No, okay. On the other hand, I also just sold 50 to 60 tons of stuff. So yeah, I would have been marginal at that point, but still. But that's plenty of brakes. Yeah, even here, altitude lift, the VABs would still pick me up and throw me. I've still got plenty of brake there. Okay, it's not quite as bad as I thought. Okay, that's not all right. Yeah, that's not as bad as I thought. I think what's happening is that Albatross doesn't know what is not understanding a couple of the overclock chips, and I think it's miscalculating is what's going on. Okay, well, if that's the case then, but still, even adding a pair of mediums on top wouldn't horribly deform the profile. Yeah, we could do that. Put a medium freight up on top of both of these nacelles, and just add that extra, a couple of more meganewtons of power. Yeah, I think I may do that. And likewise, I've got room down here to do the same thing. So 4 mediums. A little bit more operational power. 4 mediums do 2 space, 2 atmosphere. I think that's what I'll do. Okay. Particularly if I'm talking about the idea that of expanding the amount of machinery it carried and widening the space up down here to carry another, what, 5 tons, 10 tons worth of gear. Inspect. How much are you? 2 tons. So, yeah, if those things are 2-3 tons apiece, I'm talking about adding another 10, 12 tons to the ship. So a couple more engines is not a mistake. Okay, that's what I'll do. All right, now, next question. If I flip the switch... Oh, actually, do they just have screens here by chance? Screen. So if I just wanted a modern screen M, Alioth, okay, just so out of curiosity here, let's just say mark location space and screens. Console screens. Oh, that's interesting. Absolutely nothing for sale here. You know, obviously. Wow. I used to routinely, on live, I used to prefer to do business out here just because of how fast stuff sold. Video screens. Oh, isn't that cool? But yeah, well, poop. Alright. Okay, well, let's see what we got. At worst, I just scavenge the screen off the back here, but I shouldn't have to. Alright, let's flip the switch and see what happens. Nothing. Well, that's Yep, everyone is focusing on getting to Alioth and getting set up on Alioth. And they're not really, for lack of a better way, they're not really thinking beyond that, is my impression. Okay, line cook spinning up. We're looking for schematics. Alright, let's turn stuff off here very quickly. Now, let's talk about, okay, so first off is I need to make some changes. So 1.4, we're going to change our feed multiplier to 1.4 as well. Screen M, yes, absolutely. Programming board I've got sorted out. So all I care about right now, and a container. I need, okay, let's, so what I'm going to do is snag that line here, because I don't want to change the actual baseline. I just want one of those, and then I need to go here and grab Yep. Yeah, everyone's busy building a life on Alioth. The idea that I'm still out on Haven just drives some people batty. It's quite funny, actually. Tiny factory, item codes. Okay. Yep, there we go. Container. Uncommon optimized container. Okay, no, don't want the L. S, that's the one I'm looking for. Grab that. I mean, I could use an L, but why? Just And then back here. Here, we'll drop this in here. Oops. And I just need 2 of them. Bother. Okay, cool. So go ahead and build that. All right, well... Could probably use some lights too, huh? Excess lights would be fine. Long light excess, right there. That's exactly what I need. And 4 will do nicely. Just waiting to see this thing spin up and do something. No, I'm not throwing any errors. What are you doing? Nope, no errors. Okay, that all looks pretty healthy. I'm actually getting, oops, don't want that. Grab my laser pointer here. There we go. And there, switch those around. Right. We'll go here. Grab that. You can go back in here. And then that copper, I need to quickly scatter some copper. So F, we'll move 800 here. Something's doing something. There we go. Ah, machinery running. Yay! We are smelting. Or refining, rather. There we go. What are you working on? Pure aluminum. That's a good sign. All right. Well, now what? Think we're going to slow boat back to the asteroid belt. So let's do that. Oh. Command C controller. Might as well queue it up. I think it's tier 2. Oh. Obviously going to need to start building my warning lights on my dashboard. Alright, we will turn the manager off. That'll turn everything else off. We'll go here, customary thingy on start. I only need one, so we'll just say one. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Customer up, manager up, and away we go. All right, let's get out of here.
Albatross systems ready.
A little bit of a bias to climb to the right on turn, but that's not horrible. All right. Okay, and then points of interest is the Port Helios belt. No wrecks any closer. Okay. We'll up angle a bit to accelerate our rate of change. Engine off. Center back up. And away we go. So there you go. That's Tiny Factory running with the ship, doing ship stuff. In fact, we'll go one piece stupider. We will copy coordinates, and then we will go to our Lua channel, and we will say go to those coordinates, please. So there we go, autopilot operational, and you can see Tiny Factory ticking away in the background. Not a bad looking little design. I'm pretty happy with that.
A little bit more of a blunt nose than I would normally go with, but okay. So our cargo load has shaved almost 7,000 kilometers an hour off of our maximum speed. Now, got 8,000 liters. Do I just want to process X5 or not? Yeah, well, I got plenty of limestone. So limestone, I think, is X2. Yeah. Okay. So I will queue up a batch of X2 to 3,200 liters, 6,400 liters of X2. There we go. Okay. So, according to... Alright, so let's just kill the autopilot. Hold 4. And I've got 18 minutes to destination. So I'm going to set a timer. Clock. So what I'm going to do is set a 12-minute timer. And we'll just hop out of the chair. And then... There we go. Okay. Why are you decelerating? Oh, ECU's on. That's funny, but annoying. Alright, we got stuff happening here. Yeah, we're making sulfur, we're making all kinds of good stuff. Alright. Catalyst. I need to chop. Okay, catalyst needs to come out of there. And, yep, that's fine. And then I need to put 11 units of catalyst per into each of these buckets, or it's just going to waste time and make more. And I'm basically running a catalyst reactor at my main base, so we don't need to make more catalyst things. Or not catalyst 3 anyway. There we go. Okay. That sorts that out. Now we'll turn this off. And we'll go here on start. Oops.
No. And so we're gonna say it's 3,200 per bucket. We'll make 6,400. And then I don't need atmospheric fuel right now, but we may as well look it up. Nitron fuel. And same answer, we'll do 6,400 liters. There we go. Warp cells. Okay. New window, please. Warp cell, thank you. There we go. Okay. And what was it? 26 to go from asteroid belt to... Yeah, it's 26. So if I say keep 30 in inventory at all time, then almost by definition of the situation, go. All right. Next. Whoops. Fell down. Did I, he said, I don't have any output. Okay, this is gonna get awkward. No output container. Come back here. Whoa, ship. Okay, stop. Look around. My ship just blinked. Alright, so construct nearest me. Wow, it's a half SU away. All right. It's catching up with me slowly. I got lobbed off the ship. The ship is at a full stop. The ship stopped and I got thrown. Wow, what a drag. I could death warp, but... Yeah, the ship is stationary. I'm what's moving. Wow. So I have to do I don't actually. The ship is not stopped. I don't think. So when I get down to 30,000 kph, I'll do another position update and see how much it's moved. Okay. No, that's... So what I need to do, yeah, double problem it. It's the speed I'm moving. The ship stopped, I got flung. So I'm doing 29,000 kilometers per hour away from the ship, right? That's the problem. So maximum assisted braking. It's more of a pain in the backside than anything else. Screw it, I'll just death warp. It was just going to take the better part of the next half an hour to do that. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. No, the ship is... Oh, because I had gotten so far away from the ship froze. The ship's physics engine froze. Oh, good grief. All right. What a pain in the ass. Okay. Not useful. We'll use that phrase. Okay. So... Alright, let's get some shit plugged in here. I hate death warping. It feels like failing. Save scumming has never been my thing. Okay, so finished goods. Right there. So that's that one. Go. Okay, so, all right. couple more minutes, and then I need to... Alright, let's get this one plugged in. I want to have at least one of each plugged in, so that when the preamble stuff is done... Yep. That one. Like I say, even if I only have half of the equipment plugged in, it'll still be able to start It's a small order. I don't need everything. I just need enough. I'm not doing anything with the glass, but that other chem plant online would be good too. Okay, so that should be... one assembly line, chemical... Okay, an XS, an M, a glass, 2 chemicals, and an S. Yeah, it's one. Okay, that's enough for now. Okay. Let's go check on our flight progress.
Albatross systems ready.
Okay, we're halfway there. I can't read the HUD, so let's jump in the chair for a sec here. Okay, 9 minutes. All right. All right, we can do that. We'll set a timer for 6 minutes. And, oops, wrong button, and then Control F. Okay, so while we're... Oh, what's going on here? Oh. Thank you. Yeah, okay. That's fine. Now. Set as linked contain. No, that's right. I'm still there, right? Yeah. No, I've got my incoming auras. Okay, which I don't want. So let's go here. Set as linked. Okay, that's general stores. And then I need probably to make myself. What can I make as a container out of my backpack? I think it's just the basic small. Okay, nanocraftable only, please. Don't tease me. Basic container excess, yes, very good. Okay, so I need 6 basic components. What do I need for that? Alloy. There we go. Yep, so we'll make one of those. We need some steel, and I need some more carbon to do that. And then I will make 1 blob of steel, please. I need more iron. Oh, no, it is making my steel. Very good. And then I will make... So how many do I need? I need 5 hydraulics. Oh, and to do that, of course, I need to make a blob of pipe. So there we go. Okay. For that, I need aluminum. So aluminum and silicon. Okay. So that'll get me my basic hydraulics, right? And then after basic hydraulics, I need a frame, and I should just have that. Yeah. Thank you. Boop. All right. That should do it. Okay.
Albatross systems ready.
Okay, my braking distance is 7 SU. I've got 12 to go. All right, we're good. I'm gonna start braking now. Something asteroid belt. Don't want to be attempting to decelerate to the middle of the belt. problem here? Oh, need more pipe. Oh. Don't need to do that, do I? What do you no, I do need one more blob of pipe. Okay, fine. Okay, we can. We'll coast in at this speed and see where we wind up. What I should really probably do is build a couple of medium radars for this thing. I have the gear to do it. M-core hull, M-core radar, right? The additional eye distance would be, or vision distance would be probably worth it. All right, we are down to 2 SU. I want to make sure, and I've got nearly a 1 SU braking distance. I want to stop a full SU outside the belt and then motor in slowly. Get down to about 2,000 kilometers an hour, I can come off brakes. The last thing I want to do is go screeching into that belt and slam into an asteroid. Render range is about 5K, so I certainly don't want a braking distance of more than 5K. We'll see what that works out to be at first speed. It's going to be around 2,000, I think. Yep, okay, I can come off brakes at, okay, so 2,600, that gives me a 4.2 brake distance. All right. Let's, come on. Well, in fact, he said, almost by definition, that's the closest asteroid. Set his destination. full stop. We'll just motor up to the vicinity of that asteroid, and by definition, not only will I know where the nearest asteroid is, I'll have a safe place to park. Essentially park as soon as I get to the edge of viewing, as soon as I get to the edge of visible. Now, it's a 500-meter asteroid, 500-meter diameter, 250-meter radius, so I need to keep that calculus in mind, that the asteroid is a quarter-kilometer closer than it looks. Not a big deal at these distances, but up closer, yeah. 2-to-1 I land on this asteroid, and it's loaded with malachite. Alright, 10K braking distance. That's plenty of acceleration. There it is. Visible from 30 kilometers away. Okay. That answers that question. And we can stop right here. Alright, so we are brakes on, so we're going to take the brakes off. Do we start to drift by chance? No. Yes. Okay, so we are accelerating. What way? Yep, straight towards that asteroid. So it has enough of a gravity well, even at this distance, that we'll slowly coast in towards it. Okay. Well, if that's the case, we may as well just land. I mean, I could run the ECU, but maybe that's what I'll do.
Activate big red button. I cannot help but notice that big red button is not stopping ship. Okay, I'll keep an eye on that, on the flight speed there. So what I need to do now is just as a temporary, I'm just going to sit here. It's going to be in the way, but that's fine. So build mode. Equip. And G. Done that already? Well, that's all. Okay, that's just weird. I don't know why I would have done that. Okay, there we go. That's those plugged in. Okay, where's that rock? 3.6K, plenty of time. Okay, all good. Okay, so those are all plugged in now. All right, take care of yourself, Ankith. Appreciate you hanging out and chit-chatting, being interested. Take care of yourself. Hope you have a good day. All right. Where is... Okay, rock is still far. That was the important question. All right, so now I drag this container out onto the outer hull. There we go, 9. Where I can see everything. I'm just going to stick it there for now. No point in being too fancy because it's a temporary. So you go there. You go there. You go here. And here.
Okay, that's cool. Now I move this container down. Here. And then 6 again. All right. So now we've got all the stuff we're supposed to stuff. So now it's just a matter of getting waitress to do waitress things. Turn everything off for a moment.
Albatross systems ready.
Just change where we're going to come down on the asteroid. That's good. And there we are.
Landing mode engaged.
All right. So just because I have a funny sense of humor. Acanthite, limestone, coal. Okay. Still no malachite. Wild. On the other hand, the acanthite may be useful for making warp cells if we get that far. Let's close up the door. Missing output. Oh my goodness, that was duh of me. All right. All right. Okay. Oh my goodness. All right. Yeah, duh indeed. Okay. Well, that wasn't bloody very bright of me, was it? There we go. That makes a difference. Right. Feel kind of dippy, but okay. Hmm? Oh no. Really? Okay, so this is fed by red, so shouldn't... Why? I'm not... Okay. We'll just drop out of build mode here for a moment. And maybe go work on the other side until it wakes up. Because there still should be plenty of connectors there. So if it's yellow, yeah, okay. Except everything over here is yellow? What? Oh no, okay, there we go. Okay, so yellow... opposite, where everything that's purple plugs into the yellow one. Okay, right. To yellow. just turn this off for now. And we'll grab you, and we'll move you down here for now. Purple goes to yellow. Oops. Okay, that one's done already. And yellow goes to purple. That one's done already. Purple to yellow. Okay, so everything's plugged in. All right. That doesn't look right. That's our waitress isn't plugged into anything. Okay, there we go. Turn everything off for a moment. Okay, what all is plugged into Chef? Okay. Chef's got everything set up, so it's just the outputs that need to be plugged in. All right. So we're going to do this, and then 6, and then click. Looks like I got most of this plugged in here. All right. So it's output bins then that are probably the problem, I would presume. Yeah, okay, so we need to plug a few more things in. Okay, it looks like we got everything. That shouldn't be... This is, okay, this is backwards. Yep, finished goods. Finished goods, okay. So these two need to go here. And then, right. There. Cool. All right. All right. storage container's full already. Yeah, it's sort of what I was afraid of. All right. All right, let's turn all this off for a moment. There's no point in making more until I figure this out. Right? You see the problem. There's just not enough room there. Okay. Let's go with an uncommon. Uncommon optimized. Alioth. Yeah. Wow. That is very meh. I mean, yeah, we'll cruise back. But I think I'm going to do that off stream. I'm going to wrap up and we'll call it done for today. But, there we go. Factory ship is factorying. I'm pleased. All in all, it's doing exactly what I want. If I brought the right parts, this would be working even better. But, you know. All in all, you know, for a build it as you go, literally. Yeah. Alright. I think I'm just going to warp the price of the cells. Yeah. Gotta be careful where I stand. I need to be able to see the remote.
Albatross systems ready.
Warp bacon. Warp. Okay. We'll warp there and we'll wrap the stream. So yeah, like I say, overall I'm pretty pleased with it. It's doing exactly what I want beyond the fact where I just don't have the right parts to get a couple things tidied off properly. We're going to wrap the stream up. Thank you so much very much for everybody for hanging out with me. For those of you who are catching this later on the VOD, thank you as well. You are appreciated. Yeah, it's been a good day.
I hadn't really planned on streaming as much, but yeah, it just felt like the right answer. I don't know if I'll do my stream tomorrow, given how long I was on today, but that's alright too. I may just do something quick tomorrow, just basically to show the ship off in working config.
Warp sequence completed.
But overall, yeah, it's doing what I want.
Passengers released.
So yeah. So yes, thank you very much everybody for your time. If you're catching this later on in the VOD, as I say, thank you as well. Much appreciated. I'm getting a lot of views actually as video on demand. Really do appreciate the attention and the patronage, as it will. Yeah, so that's it for today. As always, ladies, gentlemen, non-binary refinery, everybody else, thank you so much for your time. Reach out to those you know in your gaming groups and whatever. Let them know that DU is back. If they used to be a DU player, let them know either way, let them know you'd love to be able to hang out and game with them. And we'll see you all again soon. Take care. Have fun with whatever you're playing. Cheers. Bye-bye.